So 10,000 subscribers this past year, over 600,000 new views. Okay, let's get going. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again today we're going to attempt to recreate another one of my favorite paintings by another one of my favorite artists. We're going to look at the work of... Oops. Oh, come on. We're going to look at the work once again of William Kurelek, one of Canada's greatest artists and most successful, most recognizable artists outside of Canada. And this artwork has particular meaning at this exact moment right now because just a few weeks ago, Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, referenced this painting in this series of paintings, of which this is one of 6, in a historic speech that he gave in KYIV next to the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, to honor Ukrainian Independence Day. And since it's not very often that politicians talk about art or reference an artwork specifically, and especially not on one of the most important days of the year for a country that they're visiting, that this seemed like, when I heard Mark Carney say this, I was like, what? And of course we had just been talking about William Kurelek about a month or so ago, so I felt like, oh my goodness, that's so exciting. I have to do something and look into this work. We are probably going to paint this close-up image here as opposed to the whole thing, even though I have created templates for both of them. But just for the sake of simplicity, I think we're going to focus on the close-up view here of the Ukrainian pioneer. And so this is the artwork that will be the subject of today's episode. Just before we get going here, let's just talk about the plan for the episode. In a few moments, we're going to talk about how difficult today's painting is and if it's something that you yourself want to attempt to recreate. We'll talk about materials required, then we're going to stain the painting with some color and do the image transfer. We'll talk briefly about Kurelek's biography. I'm more so interested in talking about the speech that Mark Carney gave that specifically referenced this artwork and why I think that's so important. And then we're going to get down to business here, and I've got about 4 hours to wrap up today's episode, so that's when we've got to be done. So let's get to it. Just before we do that, let's just talk about a quick little admin stuff to get that out of the way. I encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes like this are taking place. I should be back to my normal schedule now. It should be probably Thursday mornings for the foreseeable future. If you want to make a small donation, a couple dollars, $5, the price of a cup of coffee, you can use this PayPal link there. You can scan the QR code with your phone, or you can enter in this web address up top there. And when you do so, it'll take you to the PayPal page where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel, to help me pay for the electricity, the cameras, the internet, the paint, because as I've mentioned many times before, I'm not sponsored, I'm not paid by anybody, so this is purely something that I've been doing over the past now 5+ years, purely surviving on the donations of viewers like yourselves. Other ways you can donate: you can send an e-transfer via email, or check in the mail, or use the YouTube Super Chat while we're here live. Of course, my email is, there's a couple links down below to my website or to the Facebook page where you can donate, or you can find my email that way, where you can send an email if you'd like, or send a donation, etc. Let's just look at speaking of the Facebook group. I encourage you to join the Facebook group and upload your artwork there so that we can do our next free bonus feedback episode. That will be coming up in about a month. So I'll take a look at everything that's on the Facebook group and give people free feedback on how to improve their work. And when you scan that QR code or go to the Facebook group website there, the facebook.com/group/masterstudy.ca, it'll take you to the page here where you can find information about all of the episodes, as well as links to Dropbox folders, whatever it might be. And it's a great community. It's kind of, we're 2,500 people from around the world at various different stages of creative journey. And yeah, I just think it's an exceptional community that we've created purely out of just the chats here in these episodes. Oh, there's Barbara, says, "Hi Michael, great to see you." Hi Barbara, great to see you in the chat there. Awesome. Let's begin by talking about the scale of difficulty. So, is this something you might be able to do? Let's look at the scale. We start at beginner, someone with no experience, then we go to novice, intermediate, advanced, and expert. So a beginner is someone who's never painted ever before, never seen me before, never mixed any paint. This would be probably a little bit out of the range of a total beginner. I mean, you could certainly attempt it, but just I would have very low expectations. Novice is someone who's maybe watched a few episodes, mixed the color wheel with me, has a kind of basic understanding of what I mean when I talk about warm and cool colors and color temperature. I think you could probably do a reasonable job on this painting, especially if you're painting the detail, the close-up version of the farmer. But I think it's, we're probably in intermediate territory, and that's someone who's made of, intermediate is quite the range. It could be someone who's maybe painted 5-10 paintings with me, or has been painting for 5-10 years and has a fairly fluent understanding of how to paint, and can feel like they would be able to tackle this subject. Advanced, that's someone who's at this point even starting to work on their own artwork and has a lot more confidence. And then an expert would be like William Kurelek himself, right? So where do you see yourself on that scale? I don't even consider myself to be here with William Kurelek. So as I said, we're going to be here in the intermediate zone for this painting, just like we were for the previous William Kurelek painting we did, where did I put that one? It's somewhere around the studio here. Where is it? Oh, maybe here it is. So this is the one we did a few months ago, right? This is the Teaching Ukrainian episode. And that one I think turned out pretty good. Okay, so let's talk about the materials that are required to make a painting like this. The first thing you could do is scan this QR code. It's going to take you to our Dropbox folder, and at the very top of the Dropbox folder, there's another folder that has the free supply guide. So you can scan this, You could be at home, or you could be standing inside an art supply store right now. You can download it, you can print it out, look at it on your phone, and this can give you some ideas of what you might need to get in order to get started. Now, I did a whole episode talking about this. It's like an hour and a half long, going into great depth about all of these different materials, how to prepare a canvas, surface, all that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to go into it right now, but suffice to say that the main thing we're going to be doing is painting on a 9x12 sized canvas board or panel. And honestly, basically canvas boards are probably the only art supply that I buy off of Amazon. Otherwise, most other art supplies on Amazon are actually very expensive, and you should be able to get cheaper supplies at your local art supply store. And even then, your probably local art supply store might be able to ship it to you cheaper than what Amazon would charge. One thing, and I always put this here is just as a reminder for myself, to get out some rags so that you can clean up your mess when it will inevitably happen. It's way more likely to make a mess when you're prepared for it than when you're not. That's just Murphy's Law, right? So we're going to be using a method of painting here called the split primary palette. Now, I didn't invent this concept, but it's certainly one of my goals to popularize it and make this like something that is taught in elementary schools, because I believe that everyone can paint and should at the very least know the minimum basics of color theory. And when I stumbled upon this after I went all the way through art school, no one had ever mentioned any of this stuff before. I was just like, why didn't I learn this when I was 10 years old? Why didn't I learn this when I was 20 years old? Why was it when I was, in my mid-20s and first starting to teach that this, I just stumbled upon this and like, makes so much more sense. This would have saved so much time trying to figure out the basics of painting. So we're going to be using 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, because every color has a temperature. And once we can understand color temperature, it's going to really help us to create the paintings we want. You'll see that I'm going to use a tube of white. I also have a tube of black paint, but I prefer to mix my own black, and I'll be doing that today as well. So color temperature emphasizes the differences between warm and cool colors, and every color is either warm or cool, and they have different effects. Because warm colors appear to advance towards the viewer, whereas cool colors appear to recede into the background. So whenever you're making a painting, you just have to ask yourself, where is the color I'm painting? Is it in the foreground or the background? In other words, like if I'm looking at a landscape, is that color close to me? Like, is there a person standing in front of a mountain? Well, that person is probably going to be painted with primarily warm colors, and the mountain in behind them is going to be painted with primarily cool colors. And this instantly helps you create a great deal of depth, the illusion of space in a painting. And especially if you're a beginner painter, using these concepts can dramatically improve the quality of your painting, or help you understand why sometimes your painting is not working. Now, I'm just going to run through this long list of different paints and different paint companies, but just show you the different brands and the colors I would suggest you pick here. I'm going to be using this Amsterdam brand of paint. Again, I'm not sponsored by them or anyone else, but I do think that this is probably the least expensive, highest quality paint, and probably the brand of paint that is most commonly available throughout North America and Europe, where primarily most of my audience is. Although, shout out to my friends down in Australia, in Africa, South America, Asia. It kind of blows my mind that there are people from all over the world that are watching. So if you're watching right now, I always find it super fascinating to hear where you are right now. What time is it where you are right now? It's just past 10 in the morning here in Vancouver, Canada. Anyway, these are the colors I would suggest you get with Amsterdam. If you want to spend more money for a higher quality paint, it's the half the tube size for 3 times the price for 10% better quality. You could use golden. I'm just going to again flip through all of these here. There's Katie says, hello Michael and everyone, I really like the looks of this one. When I saw it at first I thought the man was looking at his cell phone. That's great. Hi Ari, nice to see you in the chat too. Great. That's so funny. I didn't even think about that. That is hilarious. Well, you could certainly replace the kernels of wheat that are in the farmer's hands with a smartphone or a video game console or some kind of book, novel, whatever it might be. Okay, so I just want to mention here that there are a few brands of paint that I do not recommend, and that's because they put too much white, titanium white, as a filler in their paint. And that's not uncommon, and pretty much every single brand does this. The problem is that it makes it impossible for us to mix a black as I like to do it. I mean, even using the Amsterdam paints, I won't get a true black. I'll get a really, really dark... Where is my black? Yeah. I'll get a really, really dark gray, because even Amsterdam puts white in the paint. But these guys just put way too much of it. And so all of your colors always have a pastel-like quality. You'll notice that usually less expensive paints put a lot of white in. And so any paint that you find at, you know, a dollar store kind of thing probably is not going to be great quality. I mean, we should expect that anyway, but you'd be surprised how many people I've seen, you know, spend $5 on paint at the dollar store and are confused why their paint isn't all that great. The one thing I'm most disappointed with Peebo here, and hey, if you work for Peebo and you've changed the quantity of white that you put into all of your colors, send me a message. I'll gladly test it out and mix a color wheel, see if we can get better results than I have seen in person with my own eyes. So because Peebo is one of the most popular brands of paint on Earth. You know, it might be one of the most widely available paints on Earth, and so the fact that they're so low quality just drives me nuts. Okay, so let's go on to our first step here, and that's to do the image transfer onto our canvas or onto a piece of paper if you like. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to download the free template that I've created for you that you can use to create today's painting. You don't have to give me your email address or pay anything. I mean, if you want to contribute a couple dollars, that's always welcome. But I want to keep these as free and as accessible as possible. I will suggest, since this is just up here, if you do want to make a donation, you could, to today's episode, you could instead do one instead of to me directly, you could donate to support UNICEF's work in Ukraine. You could donate to support Doctors Without Borders, currently working in Ukraine, saving lives. You could donate to the Canada-Ukraine Foundation, who support Ukraine by sending medical supplies, food, and clothing to people in Ukraine. Same thing with the United Nations Human Rights Council. What is it's? Anyway, there are some other links in the description below if you want to donate money directly to the Ukrainian army to help them buy munitions and armor. But all of these links that I'm suggesting here, you should have no moral or ethical qualms whatsoever. Your money is going directly to help children, families, the people who have been so savagely and unjustly attacked by Russia over the past 3+ years. Okay, what was I... Okay, so the Dropbox folder here. Oops. So let's I'm just going to go back up to the top of this folder. So if you click the link below in the description for the Dropbox folder, or you scan that QR code, you're going to see at the very top, there's our art supply guide. And that's where you can find out all the information I just mentioned about buying materials. There's the color wheel, color temperature episodes. And then you'll see that there's, I don't know, 300 plus folders for artists from all over the world. It's organized by first name and then last name. So, you know, you got Pablo Picasso, Paul Cézanne, Peter Doig, Chi Bai Chi, Pierre Mondrian, Robert Bateman. Just keep on going. Walt Disney, and here we are, William Kurelek. And if we click in here, you'll notice there's two subfolders. One is the Teaching Ukrainian episode we did. As I said, that one was earlier this year. So that painting we did, I love how that one turned out. And then today's episode here, this is the Ukrainian Pioneer. And you'll see that there's a bunch of different files here. And that's just because we've got two different templates. We've got the original painting in its full size, and then the detail version. Now, I'm going to be using the detail for today's episode, but if you want to do this, the full image, don't let me stop you. That's why I created a separate outline for you. So, once again, if we go back here, right, there's the original painting, and there's the template for it, and there's the original painting, there's the detail, and the template for the detail. So whichever one you want to choose, feel free to do so. So let's get going here. So, and just as a quick reminder, so this is a 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. What happens is they usually come wrapped in plastic, and I take it out of the plastic, I give it a little gentle sanding with some sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso on top of it. Now, it already comes pre-gessoed, but I like to put a second coat of gesso on there because then I can let that dry and then sand it again, and I just get a little bit smoother surface. And anytime you're painting a painting kind of like this, it's got a little bit of detail, and especially a painting like that, I think the smoother the surface is, the easier your life is going to be. Just trying to decide. Yeah, I'll just basically put it in the middle. Sometimes I move it up and down a little bit just because obviously this is an 8.5 by 11 photocopy or piece of photocopy paper, and the canvas is 9x12, so it's obviously the canvas is a little bit bigger. Now the next thing I'm going to do is use some carbon paper or graphite paper or charcoal paper, and I'm going to put this underneath here now, and sorry if you're wearing headphones, like big crash sound. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to trace this image out. I always like to just do a test to make sure I've got my carbon paper right side up or right side down, depending on the way you want to think about it. So I do that, and I realize, yep, okay, line's in the right place. Because, for instance, let's say I do this, I have the carbon paper this way, and I try to do stuff, and then I look, oh, where's the lines? They're not there. Oh, they're on the back side of the paper. Oops. And I can't tell you how many times I have seen people accidentally, trace an entire image. It takes them maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes, only to realize they had the carbon paper, graphite paper upside down the entire time. And boy, that's not a great way to start a painting. It's like, oh, goodness. It's a little bit defeating. So let's try not to have a little misstep like that when we get started. Heaven knows I've done the same thing myself a few times. So, some of us learn the hard way by making mistakes over and over and over again. I mean, you'd think that after the first time I would get it right, but some of us need a little bit extra. Now, I use a blue pen here in order to help me see what lines I've drawn. And why? That is so weird. I guess maybe the pen is dying or something. The lines appears on the other side, but I don't see any blue pen showing that I just traced that line. So it's a ghost line. Ooh. I guess we're getting close to Halloween. It's not... Well, I mean, all the stores have started putting out their Halloween decorations. So, even though Halloween's not for a couple of, well, 8 weeks? 7 weeks, something like that from today. So I like to flip it up back and forth a little bit like a flip book or something so that I can see what lines I've drawn and what lines are missing. There's all the little wheat kernels in his hand. Okay, I think I've got it. So let's go. Oh, a bunch more comments there in the chat. Ari says it's 6 p.m. here in London, so perfect time for me. I'm watching from my bathtub. Well, nothing more relaxing to put your mind at ease than watching someone else struggle with a painting, right? Shubham says, what's the name of the background music? The background music was written by a friend of mine. Well, let's bring his... So his name's Sam Davidson, or he goes by his stage name is Skim Milk. This is an album. You'll notice almost all the artwork for his albums are designs and paintings by myself. So you could certainly support him if you find any of this music interesting. Or Stephanie says, what are we planning? Oh, sorry, I didn't. Okay, that's should have put this on here. So this is Sam's website here, skimmilk.bandcamp.com, where you can find and download his music if you want to support him. I've designed all of these album covers here, including the font and all these great stuff. Stephanie says, what are we planning for Halloween? Oh, it'll be a surprise, a scary surprise, won't it? But I'm certainly open to some suggestions. Maybe we could do a couple of Halloween paintings. Those tend to always be very popular. Ari says, show them the info, but the music is in the description. Thank you, that's awesome. Thank you. I love it when you guys help me out. That's so cool. Okay. Where are we at here? The next step here is called the Imprimatura. Imprimatura is an Italian word that means the prime layer, or the priming layer, or the first layer of paint, depending on the way you want to think about it. There's lots of different reasons to paint an Imprimatura, and the history of painting Imprimatura plays a pretty important role. Now, you do not have to do this step if you don't want to. There's no paint police that will come arrest you. I'm not going to jump through your television screen or computer screen and make you do it. It's, I think, an interesting step to at least be aware of, that artists throughout history have used this step to get a painting started. I like to use my warm yellow right out of the tube, but of course you could use really any color you like. I like the warm yellow because it just sort of gives everything this kind of nice, kind of sunset glow, golden hour kind of quality. Traditionally, let's say artists like Leonardo da Vinci, he would use a kind of a yellowish brown, kind of using earthy kind of qualities, yellow ochre kind of thing. So it would be like this, but a little bit more on the brown side of things. Michelangelo, however, an artist who was working at the same time from a similar area, was using a green Imprimatura. And throughout history, you would see artists sometimes paint a gray Imprimatura. You might see them use red or pink pastel. There's a Vancouver artist called Kim Dorland who uses a fluorescent pink Imprimatura to get his painting started. So you can do anything you want, or not do it at all if you don't want to. I always think not only is it for me, I use this primarily as a way of just getting a painting started and getting rid of the scary white canvas, but it's part of my routine. It sort of feels like this is something I can do. I can shut my brain off. I don't have to really think too much about it, especially if I'm not mixing colors. I'm just using my yellow right out of the tube here. And it's a way for me to just transition from, you know, life into doing something a little bit more creative. And but especially like in a painting like this that is quite yellow to begin with, you know, the yellow field that surrounds this figure, this yellow hat, right? It kind of helps, you know, having that color there, because it's going to be infused in everything anyway, very clearly. It also helps to fill in the weave of the canvas. That's why when you saw me brushing it, I kind of brushed it back and forth a few times so that the paint could really soak into every little nook and cranny. Because I would much rather have yellow showing in between brush strokes than just the plain white of the canvas. Because that can sometimes make a painting look kind of unfinished or amateurish. Now, there are famous painters, Matisse would probably be the first one to come to mind, who quite often did not use an Imprimatura and often left blank areas of the canvas exposed. But again, Matisse was one of the greatest artists in human history, and he really knew what he was doing. If you're not one of the greatest artists in human history, and like me, don't really know what you're doing, then I think you may want to have to work your way up to that legendary master status. Right? So Stephanie's got 3 pink hands. Just want to make sure that my audio, sometimes people are like, I got a question, audio's not working, I'm trying to get my attention. So sometimes I want to make sure that things are indeed functioning. Okay, I'm just going to give this a quick blast of hot air. Shubham says, please start perspective drawing classes. Well, I did do a whole, I think 2 episodes in my drawing series on perspective drawing. I'm assuming you've seen those episodes already. Those are about 5 years old. I did those. They're super popular. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people have watched them. I mean, I could certainly do more episodes featuring perspective. But let me know if there's something specific about perspective. I mean, mostly the perspective I focused on the previous 2 episodes were 1-point perspective. If you're asking about 2 or 3 or 4 or 5-point perspective, you could certainly let me know if there's a particular type of perspective you're interested in, and I could see about that. Shubham says, I've seen all your drawing episodes, or all the episodes of your drawing series. Cool. Well, again, let me know what's specifically about perspective I haven't covered that you would like to see more of. That would be really helpful. What I want to do next is I want to talk a little bit about William Kurelek's life, biography, and artwork, and the specific importance and influence of today's painting. Why it is, of all of the hundreds and hundreds of things that William Kurelek created, why are we focusing on this one and this particular point in time? So let's take a look here. Oh, just a quick reminder to join the Facebook group and take a photograph of your work, upload it to the Facebook group. Also, you may have seen that for every one of these episodes, I write a 500 or 300 to 500. I try to keep it to 300 or less. 300 word text here summarizing the artist biography as well as any specific notes on today's painting. So if you want to get a little bit of a head start on these episodes and understand a bit about why its importance, you could join the Facebook group and read some of that information. Oops, let's go here. So as I said, I did an entire episode, actually technically 2 episodes, while we were painting this painting. I did probably an hour-long discussion about William Kurelek's life and biography and historical importance. So I'm not going to go too deep right now. I want to sort of get as quickly as possible get to today's painting. But just for kind of those of you who may not have seen that episode and wondering what all the hoopla is about, William Kurelek was born in 1927 in or near Whitford, Alberta, which is very well, but 100 kilometers northeast of Edmonton, Alberta. I'm originally from Calgary, Alberta, a little bit further south than that, but Alberta, northern Alberta particularly, and the province to the east of Alberta, which is Saskatchewan, are particularly known for the Ukrainian immigrants who came to Canada in various different waves before and after World War I. And that's basically the story of William Kurelek's family, is that they were also immigrants to Canada. William Kurelek kind of had he grew up in a large family, as often Ukrainian families were. Many Ukrainian families settled on farms, and a lot of them had big families because they needed lots of free labor to help to do lots of farming, whether that was raising cattle or growing wheat, as many Ukrainians did as well. Because after all, a lot of the Ukrainians that left Ukraine were themselves farmers in Ukraine. Ukraine is considered to be the breadbasket of Europe, and in many ways the landscape of Canada is very similar to the landscape of Ukraine. So when Ukrainian immigrants came to Canada, and many of them might have been illiterate, many were very young, in their early to mid-teens, the only thing they knew was how to work on a farm like the farm they grew up on in Ukraine. So many of them became farmers in Canada, and quite successfully. That's also the story of my family as well. So after all, my family is of Ukrainian descent. So William Kurelek's young life was difficult. His father was pretty strict and definitely was not supportive of his son's interest in art, and that kind of scarred him for life, really. It gave him this, I think, how would you say, like, it, despite sort of maybe rejecting, obviously he went in a different direction than his father had wanted him to go in, but I think still might have internalized some of that criticism, and potentially, just sort of thinking out loud, might have led him to create the artwork that he ended up creating. As opposed to making abstract paintings, making paintings that were digestible, understandable to a wide range of people, to people who may or may not have ever gone to a museum or art gallery like his father, was probably something that might have been an unconscious consideration of his. Just spitballing here a little bit. I won't go into kind of his youth and biography and the schools he went to. In one of the previous episodes, I was showing maps of where they lived and schools and the street that he lived on in Manitoba and all that kind of stuff, and the church he went to. One of the early churches he went to, the priest there was very encouraging of the young William Kurelek, and I think that played a huge role. Especially later on, some of the work that he did, especially after he converted to Roman Catholicism in 1957, there is kind of this spiritualism is a major theme in his work, especially later on, and I think probably the church played a major role in not only his life but also in the subject matter that runs throughout his work throughout his career. We talked about his struggles with mental health, how when he traveled around the world, to Mexico and Europe, eventually kind of settling in London, and had some severe episodes, mental breakdowns, and checked himself in voluntarily into several different we would have called mental hospitals back in the day, and voluntarily underwent electroshock therapy, which do they still do electroshock therapy? It seems to my understanding have been a pretty cruel and a very intense form of treatment, which I don't know if it ever showed any signs of functioning in any way whatsoever. He moves back to Canada in the late 50s and works in an art gallery building picture frames, and the art dealer recognizes Avram Isaacs, the art gallery owner dealer, recognized William Kurelek's ability. He had already done some important artworks back in Europe, probably the Maze being the most famous, but ended up not only employing William Kurelek to build the frames for his paintings, but let him use the kind of back room in the art gallery as a studio, and let him exhibit his works in that gallery. And his work throughout his career, William Kurelek's work has always been highly representational, one might call illustrative kind of artwork, which was very different than most of the artwork that Avram Isaacs was exhibiting at the time, and certainly was not the popular kind of artwork that the intellectuals and gatekeepers who run the art world typically favor. And so the fact that William Kurelek kind of broke through and became as well known as he did at that time during the 50s, early 60s, is kind of remarkable and is a testament to the exceptional quality of his work. Because you have to remember, in the mid 40s, throughout the entire 50s, early 60s, abstract painting, specifically abstract expressionism, was the main stylistic movement force that was in museums and art galleries, magazine covers, as well as what was predominantly being taught in art schools. So William Kurelek couldn't have been more different than everything else going on in the modern art world at the time. I talked a little bit about the important role that Alfred Barr, the director of the Museum of Modern Art, played in highlighting William Kurelek's work and bringing it to international attention. What else do I want to say here? I think, so spirituality plays a major role in the work of William Kurelek. His identity as a Ukrainian Canadian was also very important, and that's something that we see specifically in this series of paintings, obviously, but is in many of his other paintings. In fact, one of the last projects that William Kurelek did in his life was to spend, I think it was like a month in Ukraine, and this is in the mid-70s, and he was, suffering from cancer. He had recently been diagnosed with cancer, and he knew his life was quite close to the end, and yet he was just like a drawing machine. And in just a short period of time, I showed in one of those previous episodes the book that he created over just a few weeks in Ukraine, the copious number of sketches and research and photographs and documents that he was gathering for another artwork that was really never finished. You can see he was made a member of the Order of Canada in 1976, and then he dies a year later in Toronto in 1977. Well, maybe let's jump to this next stage here. Ken says, I love how you give all the background info of the drawings and paintings. Thank you so much, Ken. Hi, Singa. Nice to see you there in the chat, too. Oh, Shabam, thanks for the info about what you'd like, the human body in perspective. Okay, that's a little bit different. That's a little more advanced. But we can get there. Okay. So, what makes today's painting particularly unique and important, particularly now in this historical moment? So, let's maybe just, let's take a look here. So this particular painting is part of a series of paintings. There's 6 of them, and each one of them depicts a different moment along the journey of Ukrainians immigrating from Ukraine to Canada, surviving the brutal winters and the hot summers and setting up a farm, and concludes with this painting of the farmer reaping the sort of endless bounty of wheat here in Canada. And And I think the way that Prime Minister Mark Carney kind of talks about this painting, the language he uses is quite eloquent. So we'll talk about that here in a moment. In fact, let's just take a look at the painting itself. So here is, I don't know if it's, this is how this artwork was originally displayed in Niagara Falls upon completion. You can see that there's these panels, each one of them is quite large. You know, they're, let's see, let's get the measurements exactly right here. So each painting is about 1.5 meters tall by almost, just over 1 meter wide. So, they're big paintings, right? They're life size. Probably for many people, they're about the size of a person standing in front of them is about the same height as one of these images. And you can see that the way that this painting was originally displayed, there were a whole bunch of books that were beneath the painting that were accessible for people to flip through and read, kind of showing the history, the research that William Kurelek had done while creating this painting. And considering William Kurelek was of Ukrainian descent himself, his own family had immigrated to Canada. I mean, one might say there's not a lot of research that he would have had to do, because this would have been, knowledge, stories passed down within the family. But, often artists really like myself, diving into the history and stories behind artworks, and in order to infuse it with really deep meaning. It also, I think, for myself, I love doing lots of research before I begin a project, because it helps carry me through projects that could take years to work on. And so all of that reading and all those stories, photographs, help keep you buoyant during projects that have lots of ups and downs, you know, and so it helps kind of fortify you against the inevitable feeling of doubt that might arise. There was an excellent book that he published. I think this is probably through his art gallery. This is the version I took out from the library earlier this year. That's the front cover. You can see the colors on the cover are quite different than the colors as they appear on this website that is sort of tangential to the National Gallery of Canada. So, you know, whose image is correct? Is it the official book by William Kurelek, or is it this image provided by the National Gallery of Canada? I don't know. I've gone with the National Gallery of Canada image because it seems to be a bit more recent than the book cover, which was originally published in the early 70s, so maybe the color has yellowed a little bit or changed over the course of time. But I do want to see, this is research I didn't do. Okay. So this is okay. What I've just done here is something I should have done earlier, but this is the work as it was displayed. Okay, there's only one photo there. Here's another one in Rideau Hall. So Rideau Hall in Canada is in Ottawa, in the Houses of Parliament, and this is where many of most, if not every single Prime Minister of Canada is sworn in, you know, given the official oath of office. It's also where a lot of Canadians are officially, where the official citizenship ceremony is done. And so the fact that these paintings are on display in this room or in this building in which people are passing through or sitting in before and after the ceremony is quite notable. And I mean, obviously, because it's a story of people immigrating to Canada, right? It's a very straightforward kind of thing that many of the people in that room can identify with. And I think it's also quite significant that this painting is there, that every Canadian Prime Minister, obviously not every single one, but Prime Ministers from the 1970s through till very recently, because this painting has now been moved to the National Gallery, but you know, maybe 5, 6 or more Canadian Prime Ministers were sworn in while this painting was in the background of those ceremonies. And again, I think it's kind of a message to those leaders of who it is that they're fighting for, what Canada is really about. Canada is this famous mosaic of built from cultures from around the world. After all, very few of us are actually indigenous to Canada. Most of us have come from other places, and we all share that similar experience of being outsiders coming to a new frontier, a new land, and many times being unwelcome guests on the traditional territories of the first people who were here, and sometimes finding it difficult to integrate into wider Canadian society. So I just think that that is so significant that this painting, and the series of 6 paintings, were on display in such like a historical and culturally, socially important space, right? Because anything could have been on display there, right? But these paintings on display are very, very significant. So, I mean, let's just talk about the paintings themselves. So the first painting, I don't have images of all of it. I should have kept that book for today's episode. But the first painting shows a family trying to escape in the middle of the night from Ukraine as Soviet Russian soldiers are destroying the village that they lived in. So under the cover of night, they're running out into the snow for their very lives with their possessions on their backs. Something that happened to my own family. My ancestral home in Ukraine no longer exists because Stalin and his henchmen in the 1940s and 50s completely obliterated the town from the map, and it no longer exists. And I've told that story before. The next panel shows the people, these Ukrainian immigrants, on a boat as it's arriving into the harbor in Halifax, Nova Scotia. And then them being given a plot of land in the middle of the country and trying to kind of figure out how they're going to survive, and they're clearing the land, making a space for themselves and their family. The community that these Ukrainian immigrants have created, you know, building their roads and plowing the fields and building their own homes, as my own great-grandfather did himself when he came to Canada as a teenager. You know, the fact that he built his own home and became a farmer at the age of, I think it was 16 years old. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do that now at my age, let alone having, you know, I was doing very different things when I was 16 years old, let's just say. And then here's another image just showing kind of these Ukrainians kind of acclimatizing to the brutal winters in the middle of the Canadian prairies. Again, not too dissimilar from the winters that Ukrainians themselves would have experienced in Ukraine, right? So they're kind of like, oh, we've been here, done that. Hot summers, cold winters. Yeah, okay, that's. And then the last painting in the series is the painting we're going to create today, which features this. Which features this farmer who, maybe we'll zoom in here. Come on. So it kind of appears that there's this car that's sort of pulled up here in the field, and this guy's gotten out and wandered through this kind of meandering path all the way to the foreground where he's examining a handful of wheat, and we can see that he's just surrounded by this sort of infinite wheat field that just expands all the way to the horizon. And I think it's worth kind of pointing out that he's got this kind of a nice little car, that going from a family that was literally rushing out the door with the meager possessions that they had on their back, the only clothes they had are the clothes they're wearing, to being this successful farmer who's got his own car, his own field of plenty, and kind of just examining like that handful of wheat isn't just a handful of wheat. It's like a story of survival, of a story of success. and yet, that kind of, probably lots of mixed emotions, thinking of all of the people that were left behind, just like in my family. My uncle and my grandfather went back to Ukraine to see if they could track down family that had stayed behind in Ukraine, and they were all gone. No one knew what happened to them, or people who did know what happened to them weren't talking, because at that time when they had traveled there back to Ukraine, it was still under Soviet occupation, and people weren't talking, right? But I'll just kind of point out here, as Mark CARNEY does, and I'll read the transcript of his speech here, or just the important parts, but you'll notice that there's a nuclear explosion happening way off in the distance, and images of nuclear annihilation, the apocalypse, feature prominently in the work of William Kurelek. That there is this, often his paintings feature kind of a hopeful quality, but there is also this undercurrent of danger, the omnipresent feeling that at any moment the freedoms that we have today could be taken away from us. As people in Ukraine themselves have been experiencing for the past 3, almost 4 years now, that one can never take for granted the good things that we have in life right now, because at any moment they can disappear. Right? This guy kind of just, he might be surrounded by all this wheat, but I'm sure in the back of his mind just thinking, any moment I might have to run from here with this handful of wheat. This might be the only thing that I can keep. Because after all, Ukrainians themselves were detained in Canada and sent to work camps. A story that is not very widely known. And, we hear a lot about the Japanese internment camps that were unfortunately created during World War II, particularly here on the West Coast, that devastated Japanese-Canadian families and communities. But a very similar thing happened to Ukrainian and Polish people in Canada during the mid-teens, early 20s as well. So, there is also this image here that shows William Kurelek himself standing in front of today's painting. So just kind of also give you a little idea of the scale of these works. So obviously that's why I used this particular image on the thumbnail for today's episode. So let's, I just wanted to share the speech that Mark CARNEY gave. Now, the weirdest thing is when I heard this clip of Mark CARNEY talking, just it was maybe like a 30-second little clip. Like, Mark CARNEY is in Ukraine. He's giving a speech alongside Vladimir Zelensky, and they're honoring Ukrainian Independence Day. So it was kind of a surprise visit the Canadian Prime Minister gave. And at the very end of this speech, Mark CARNEY talks about William Kurelek. And of course, this is just a few weeks ago, and since we had just done a painting by William Kurelek on this channel, obviously my ears perked up and are like, what's that? The Canadian Prime Minister, our national leader, is talking about a Ukrainian artist in Ukraine, or Ukrainian Canadian artist in Ukraine. Like, how often does that happen? So I'm not going to play these clips here, but I was also very surprised at how difficult it was to find the actual speech in an unedited form. All of these videos that are here, there's links to them in the video description below, but I think this one has someone talking in Ukrainian over top of everything that the Canadian Prime Minister is saying in English. So I had to kind of get the transcript and then translate everything into English. So you can see here's the transcript, and then I had to use software to translate that into English. Took me forever to do that. There's another one here that this is okay. So this one here is the speech that he gives, and then there's a ceremony honoring survivors. Let me just family members of soldiers that have passed away. A really beautiful ceremony. Again, I encourage you to watch these videos if you've got a little bit of time. And then after that, there's a 4-hour-long question and answer press conference in the middle of Kyiv. Again, Ukraine is under attack right now. There are bombs and missiles being lobbed at Ukraine by Russia all day long, all night long. And here you've got the Prime Minister of Canada and the President of Ukraine standing in the center of the city, of the capital, doing these ceremonies and this press conference. I mean, say what you will about it. And I mean, I'm certain that not everyone here has voted for this Prime Minister, our current our newly elected Prime Minister of Canada. But I got to say, it takes a certain amount of courage to stand up in the middle of an active war zone in literally the center of the bullseye, and not only do a ceremony for a couple of hours, but then to spend 4 hours afterwards answering questions with the media. And the speech that he gave, and let's just sort of I'll actually read this here. Again, I couldn't find the actual transcript on any official website, in the Canadian government's website, or the CBC or CTV. I found some guy's blog that put this out there, and again, shout out to David Aiken. I've linked his page, his blog here in the video description below. He talks about how the date the speech was given happened to be the anniversary in 1991 when this set of stamps about this painting was released. And then you have that same day, Mark Carney is delivering this speech in Sofia Square, kind of the center, this big square in the middle of Kyiv. And he's talking about this painting. So, and I think it's important. And so what we'll see here in this text I'm about to read, the first bit of it, these first 2 paragraphs here are from about 10 minutes into the speech that he gave before the ceremony to honor soldiers that have died fighting against Ukraine, fighting for Ukrainian sovereignty. And then this last paragraph here is at the very closing remarks Mark Carney gave after that 4-hour-long press conference. So even though it appears here in this blog as one continuous bit of, as one speech, it's actually sort of pretty much the beginning of a speech, and then the very, very end of that speech. So we're talking like 6 hours between these paragraph 2 and 3. So let me just maybe I'll enlarge that a little bit. So the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, said, In Ottawa, our capital has Rideau Hall. It is the seat of government. It houses the representative of Canada's head of state. This is where prime ministers and cabinet ministers take their oaths of office. It's where some of our newest citizens swear allegiance to our country, to its values, and their responsibilities. And for many years, they did so under a series of paintings called The Ukrainian Pioneer, paintings by Ukrainian-Canadian artist William Kurelek. And the 6 paintings tell the story of Ukrainian immigration to Canada in the early 20th century. A family fleeing a home in the darkness as soldiers razed their village. Their long ocean journey to Canada to be welcomed in Halifax by cheering crowds. The pioneering of prairie lands through harsh winters and scorching summers, not unlike here in Ukraine. And culminating in the final panel, with the farmer standing in a bright yellow field that stretches beneath the bright, clear blue sky, his right hand weighed down by the kernels of his wheat. The promise of Ukraine recreated in the reality of Canada. Security, prosperity. Those paintings paint the beginning of the story of the Ukrainian diaspora in Canada, one that has grown to more than 1.3 million. 1.3 million people. And then 4 hours later, he comes back to this, having talked about it earlier on. In the last of those paintings I referred to, those Kurelek paintings, the one with the Ukrainian farmer amidst a Canadian field of plenty, a keen eye can see in the distance a mushroom cloud, a bomb. It is a reminder that peace, when it comes, can never be taken for granted. And it's a reminder to Canadians that we are connected with Ukrainians. That your fight is our fight, that your struggle is our cause, and that your independence will be our victory. And, probably Mark Carney didn't sit down and write that text himself. One wonders if he's ever seen these paintings himself. I'm sure he's got speech writers. It is a beautiful speech, but he didn't have to say it. He didn't have to deliver it. He didn't have to go to Ukraine. And I'm sure people will say things like the Prime Minister, it's not like Canada has a massive military itself and can take on Russia on its own. And I say that as someone who's had the great fortune and the honor of being an official Canadian war artist who's participated in the Canadian Forces Artist Program. I've had opportunities to be embedded with the Canadian Air Force. I got to go up to the North Pole and become the first person to paint landscape paintings at the North Pole. I got also a chance to fly in a CF-18 Hornet and become the first person to make art while flying faster than the speed of sound. And meeting the men and women in our armed forces was a great honor, and I'm super blessed to have that experience. But I think even if you talk to Canadian soldiers, Air Force personnel, Navy, they, I'm sure, would all tell you that they're grossly underfunded and do not have adequate tools to mount a proper defense, and especially not to travel to another country and assist in a major war like Ukraine is doing. So one might say, like, well, it's very easy to go to another country and to say a whole bunch of empty platitudes about freedom and how we're going to support your country when all we can send is, some armored vehicles and bulletproof jackets and stuff. But again, considering what's going on in the United States right now, he didn't have to go there and do this and say those things. And I would also say, it takes a lot of courage to stand up alongside a leader of a country who's facing this genocidal onslaught from Vladimir Putin and Russia, and to pledge support for as long as it takes, as he said. And I think, you know, just I was thinking about this earlier. You know, it's pretty easy for countries like Canada to act tough when you've got the United States standing right behind you, who, you know, can really be the hammer that that puts villainous countries and individuals in their place. Very easy to kind of stand in front of a microphone and say that we're here to support you when you've got the biggest military in human history standing behind you, backing you up. It's quite another thing to stand in the center of Ukraine during the middle of an active war and to say those things when, as we know, the United States has sent many conflicting messages about how much or how little support they're planning on giving Ukraine. And so, I don't know. I just when I first heard the speech, I was thinking like, wow, that's really beautiful. That's really touching. And then, of course, when I heard he was talking about this painting, you know, so it brings up a lot of emotions, and it also makes me feel very, very proud to be Canadian. That this is our current Prime Minister, and this is how he chose to spend Ukrainian Independence Day, when he certainly did not have to, and certainly putting himself at great personal risk. So I just yeah, it makes me, I just feel very proud, both as a Canadian and as a Ukrainian Canadian and as an artist, to see world leaders talking about Canadian art in such a way, in such an event with this kind of a platform. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. Okay. Lots of chat here. Senga. No Kathy or Barbara. I think Barbara was there earlier. Senga says, my cat died last week. The cat that I drew a picture of and posted to the Facebook page. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry to hear that, Senga. Oh. Well, that's awesome that you've got an artwork that you created of your cat, and you can honor your cat that way. Again, I think, and especially speaking of like art therapy, William Kurelek is a great example of someone who took lots of negative experiences from his own personal history, his own family history and cultural history, and used it to bring light back into places where there had been darkness. And so potentially making another painting of your cat can help you remember those great moments that you had with that furry friend of yours. And so I hope that or painting another painting can help take your mind off of the sad passing of your cat there. Okay. So, let's move on here. Let's get to some painting. Let's begin the actual painting part of today's episode. I got about 3 hours until I gotta run out the door, so what should be our first step? I mean, we've done the image transfer, we've done our Imprimatura, but now we want to decide whether we want to do any underpainting. And actually yesterday I was having a long email exchange with a former student talking about underpainting and Imprimatura and different ways that artists and museums, curators, conservators use these terms. And, you know, some people might define the Imprimatura as part of the underpainting process. I like to kind of split them into steps like this just to kind of clarify things. The way that I often think of underpainting is potentially painting some of the details, like let's say maybe where the nose and the lips are, where the fingers are, that could be very useful, especially as this painting kind of starts to get covered up with paint. So I'm just debating, is that something I want to do today? Is it necessary? I mean, when I'm painting on my own, I don't typically do this kind of thing because I feel quite confident that I'm able to kind of locate, let's say, the nose or the lips, even if they get lost or covered up with paint. Okay, well, I'm gonna start putting some paint on my palette, and as I do that, I'm gonna think about if I want to do any painting here or not. I mean, I would say it certainly doesn't hurt. I mean, to do any kind of underpainting, to do any outlining of features, particularly kind of like facial features, which you might be afraid could get could become harder to locate later on. I guess for me, I'm just thinking, especially time-wise, is it a good use of my time, or should I just move on? Well, you know, when I look at the original here, I see that, you know, the lines around, let's say, the face and the nose, hands, you know, they have these really dark outlines. And that can be beneficial in the sense that it can make it a lot easier to find details. Sorry, I'm just going to make this light. What's going on here? Okay, there we go. So yeah, let's do a little bit of painting here. Long story short, I was just going to say that, like, those lines, whatever we paint is going to get covered up anyway. So what should we? Let's use a little bit of blue. I'm not even going to bother to mix like a black here, because we're going to probably paint black outlines on all of this. So maybe I'm just going to start. I'll just do a little bit of a quick and potentially, depending on how dark this is, it could be enough. I mean, not have to do subsequent outlines later on. I probably will, but sometimes you can end up just leaving these as they are if they show through a kind of a more transparent layer of paint. I'd say often it's the fingers that cause people the most amount of grief, because fingers can be kind of difficult to draw and paint. And so this might be an area where going over some of these lines could be something that some people find like, oh, what a relief, I'm glad I did that, because how would I ever have found those fingers again? Okay, I think that's probably good enough. Bless Blue says, hi, Michael and everyone. Should we expect another course in drawing, an advanced drawing course? I don't know if you should expect it. It would be really nice, wouldn't it? If there's only someone out there who could create that for us, that would be great. That's a great idea. And then a Ukrainian friend is written in here. I need to do a quick little Google Translate on this. Administrator 3 Pescara. What is a Pescara? Oh, a city in Italy. So do we have a Ukrainian... Oh, or Macedonian? Is that what that is? I thought that... Interesting. But our friend here, the administrator from 3 Pescara, says, every video you make cures my depression. Oh my goodness. That is so beautiful. Thank you for saying that. Oh my goodness. That's... Huh. Our friend says, no, I'm not from Ukraine, but Russia. I support Ukraine, and my name is an allusion to a joke about Putin. Oh, okay. The 3 minnows in Russian is how it comes up as. The 3 minnows. I wonder what's the story behind that? How is that a joke about Putin? But first of all, I want to say, I really appreciate that a fellow, a Ukrainian, supports, or sorry, that a Russian is showing support for Ukraine and is offering a dissenting opinion about Vladimir Putin. That takes a tremendous amount of courage, and I think that's one thing that often people in the West might not be as aware of, is how much opposition within Russia there is towards Vladimir Putin. And but it's, I often think about, like, if that same sort of thing was happening here in Canada, and we see that same sort of thing kind of happening in the United States, how most people are terrified about speaking up. And so that's very awesome. It's super brave of you. My friend here says, I usually watch you from another account, but I forgot to switch the account. I hold your videos in high regard. Oh, my friend. Oh, I'm so touched. Thank you very much. I'm really very blessed. That is such kind things to say. I really appreciate that. And I'm glad that we've connected here on that. That's very, very cool. Thank you. Okay, let's move on here. Man, it always blows my mind being able to meet people from around the world here like this. Oh my goodness. Okay. The next step is to potentially do stuff in the background. I personally like starting in the background and then working my way forward, and then often going back to the background, working my way forward, or how would it be? Starting in the background, working my way forward, going to the background, working my way forward in what I call these passes, or like cycles through the painting. And then I kind of get the background started, work in the middle ground, foreground, go back to the background, do a little more work. And that way the painting kind of evolves like a Polaroid picture. The whole thing, rather than just sort of painting the person, the farmer here, get him completely finished, and then do the background, I want the whole painting to kind of evolve simultaneously so that, you know, worst comes to worst, if I have to walk away at any stage, the whole painting kind of feels like it's at the same level as opposed to having one part, one corner perfectly finished and the rest incomplete. But that's just my own kind of approach to painting. So if we look at the background, we think about how we want to paint this. Again, that's the original. And then here's our version. How do we want to paint this background? And what did he do to get this effect? Like, it almost sort of looks like he's using like chalk on really textured paper, and that this white here is like little bits of the paper that are exposed. How on earth? Another way of thinking, it could be really thick texture, but William Kurelek is not really known for using a lot of texture. So I don't know how this painting is made. Okay, I'm just gonna go with what my instincts tell me, and my instincts are gonna tell me that I'm gonna put a cool yellow in the background, as opposed to my warm yellow. So I'm going to use my cool yellow and I'll put a bit of white in there. So I'm going to take and the reason I'm going to put some white in here is it's also going to help kind of just push that color a little bit further back. And then I think I'm going to put some kind of, so I can use this as kind of a little bit like my white. Oops, I should have shown that on camera. I can kind of use this maybe as little bits of my little white flakes, although I think I'm going to both go to a darker yellow and a lighter yellow after this as well. So what I generally think about is looking for what we call the local color. The local color is the color that hasn't been unmodified by light or shadow. So what's an example? How did that big thumbprint get there? This is why you want to have a rag to clean up your mess. Where did that come from? Alright, if you can get to it in good time, we can wipe it away. You can see that I wiped a bit of my Imprimatura off there. But that's okay, because we're just painting right over top of this now. You can see that I'm remixing this color because I ran out halfway through. And I'm brushing that away where I did there with my finger because I don't want ridges forming here that can make it difficult paint over top of later. I also don't mind painting over top of the outlines of this farmer here, because after all, I'm going to paint color over top, but it's also going to help create kind of a bit more of a seamless edge between them. And that's a little bit more of like, that's kind of how William Kurelek painted. Like everything kind of fits together really nicely, like puzzle pieces. Unlike, let's say, maybe the way that Picasso or Matisse would paint, where we've got maybe lots more unfinished, looser areas of paint. Kurelek is, his paintings are pretty, what would you call them? Like, tightly organized. There's, they're not, you don't get the sense that they're spontaneous creations, that he's kind of making it up, improvising as he goes along, that he has a pretty solid idea of what he wants to make from beginning to end. And not like one is better than the other, just that that's just the way that he worked, right? Okay. Let's move this back in the middle. I'm gonna blow dry this again and look at all these new comments. Senga says, "Hi Michael, can I share my YouTube channel on your Facebook?" Sure. You could also put it in the comments right here in YouTube if you want. I mean, that makes almost more sense. My Russian friend said, "Before I started learning your philosophy of drawing, I used to be very judgmental about anything I drew and threw any attempt into the trash can. But you taught me to accept the mistakes. And I have to admit, it helped me to improve my drawing skill and confidence significantly." Oh, that is so cool. Yes, yes. Isn't it weird that accepting your mistakes actually makes you feel more confident? That embracing one's kind of unique struggles can actually make it easier to overcome those challenges, or to turn them into positives, right? I mean, again, that's, I often say that's one of the great contributions of Bob Ross, is that idea of the happy accident, that, and just the idea of thinking of a mistake as a positive, as opposed to always defaulting to it's a terrible thing that has happened that is we must recover from. Is the idea that a mistake could lead to a breakthrough. And you don't have to, I mean, we can see that in so many other kind of professions like science, technology. Often it's the mistakes that lead to many of the greatest breakthroughs in human history. That somebody's trying to come up with a solution for one problem and, you know, fails in that attempt, but at the same time ends up solving another problem and creating something that transforms our lives. So I really appreciate you sharing that. I love it. Good heavens, I only now noticed the multitude of typos I made. Sorry for that. Oh, no worries. No worries. I am used to reading comments from people from around the world, which I'm blessed for, and I also teach students in person at the university I teach here in Vancouver, where people are coming from all over the world at different levels of English proficiency, and so I get I become used to kind of trying to help people communicate, make it as digestible as possible. Jake says, "That's dope, dude." Thanks, Jake. I love it. Senga says, "I've done a live stream the other night there on my YouTube channel showing all the work that I painted with you. Thank you, Michael, for teaching me." My Russian friend says, "I make too many mistakes, be it drawings or typos, but you taught me to accept them as a natural part of me and even see it as a different personal stylistic approach." Thank you. Oh my goodness, that's so cool. That's great. Oh my goodness, it makes me so happy that that comes across. Yeah, I mean, I often, again, and this is not something I just came up with on my own, but you know, often it's the very things that we're most embarrassed about, self-conscious about, that we worry about people finding out about us, that we spend all this time suppressing or trying to kind of overcome, that makes us the beautiful, unique people that we are. And I think, you know, that's maybe part of the philosophy behind. You may have heard, you know, that in Keep Portland Weird, right? That there's a kind of famous sign in Portland, Oregon that says "Keep Portland Weird." And a little bit of it is that. It's like, it's all about, for us, keeping ourselves weird, or let your freak flag fly, as people might say. It's that the kind of our own weirdness, idiosyncrasies is what makes us really ultimately very special. Okay. So, how do I want to do this next part? Let's see. So, let's experiment with this. I don't know if this is going to work out, but let's just experiment. So what I'm trying to get is, you know, some of these textures that I see in the background here. So I'm going to kind of loosely paint in here with my cool yellow without any white this time, and see if I can kind of just create little areas, little pockets where there might be more color or less color. Now, I was considering maybe using a sponge for this. I think that could also work. I would just say, though, that personally, I'm not the biggest fan of the kind of the texture that sponges leave. But don't let that my own hang-ups stop you from doing what you want to do. So I'm not sure if any of what I'm doing is going to be visible on camera. Probably not super likely. had I painted more, or just painted directly onto the white of the canvas. Like if this was a white canvas and I hadn't put my yellow Imprimatura, this probably would be way more visible. Okay, so now I've got a little kind of, feels a little bit more patchy. Like I've got little areas that are brighter and darker, more yellow, more white. And it's even, you know, it's covers the whole thing, including the foreground. Now the next phase, I'm gonna put some warm yellow, and I'm gonna try to make a concerted effort to put most of my warm yellow over top of the bottom half of the painting. In fact, I'm just contemplating, do I want to do that same thing? You know, I'm gonna before I go to my warm yellow, I'm gonna go to my white next. I'm gonna use an old brush, a small brush that might have been, it's seen better days. So I like, rather than just throwing brushes out after they've been well used, you'll notice I have a lot of brushes where I've glued, you know, they've broken and I've glued them back together again. Because I will keep brushes for a long time and basically just run them right into the ground. Because kind of what I'm about to do with a brush is really hard on a brush and it destroys a brush. So rather than using a nice brand new brush, I'm going to use a brush that's it's already kind of probably maybe some other artists would have just tossed in the trash to begin with. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to do these little dots of white. Now I didn't blow dry the canvas because maybe a little bit of this white kind of mixes into some of the yellow that I just applied that is on its way to drying right now. I'm also trying to avoid painting with a lot of texture, and so I've got this little brush. It's very worn down. I mean, it is basically just like a Q-tip at this point. Like there's not the bristles are barely there. It's been worn down to the nib at this point. And that also helps prevent me from accidentally getting too much paint on the surface. Again, not that texture is a bad thing, it's just not really something William Kurelek is known for. Although this painting does seem like it has some texture to it. I've never seen this painting in person. Because the times that I have been in Ottawa, Canada's capital, this painting wasn't on, you know, public display. It was in, as Mark CARNEY said, in Rideau Hall. And this would have been, you know, unless you're there for a citizenship ceremony, Canadian citizenship ceremony, you'd probably have to get special permission to go into this part of the building. So this painting has only recently gone on display inside the National Gallery of Canada in Ottawa. So if you're in Ottawa, or you're passing through, you're visiting, I'd be interested to see if you can see this series of paintings on display, and that kind of looks just cool like that. That's kind of neat. Huh. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like an Alex Katz kind of. Alex Katz is an American painter. I mean, he's got to be in his mid-90s now, but still painting away. We did do an Alex Katz painting a few, well, probably 5 years ago. That turned out pretty cool, of a swimmer. That was before we even started the Master Studies series, just to give you an idea of the time. Okay, I think let's go. I'm gonna take some of my warm yellow, but I'm gonna mix it in with my cool yellow as well, because after all, there are colors that exist in between all of these colors too. So I'm gonna kind of work my way up to just pure warm yellow. So I'm gonna start out with kind of a little bit of a mixture that's got a bit of both. This is very transparent, so I'm going to take a bit of white and mix it into this warm yellow so that it's a bit more opaque and a little bit more visible. It's harder to see here, so let's just put more warm yellow. Guess I'm gonna have to use a bigger brush. I don't know if this is how William Kurelek did this particular part of his painting. I mean, I would say though that this figure, as the size I'm painting at right now, is probably pretty close to the original size in the painting. The original might be the figure might be a little bit bigger than this. So as I get closer to the top of the painting, I'm putting less and less of this warm yellow. Goodness, somebody keeps blowing up my phone here. I usually have it muted, so I haven't muted it yet because I think, well, I usually get like maybe one message a day. So to get 3 messages during the middle of a live stream is usually more kind of a unique. Now, one thing that I'm kind of keeping my eye on is the bottom of this painting where the farmer's legs kind of disappear into the wheat. So I do want to transition pretty quickly. I think this might even be the last layer I do here in the background before I go and start painting his clothes. Okay, cool. Ah! What is going on? As usual, nothing important. People trying to sell me stuff. Goodness. Jake says, I'm doing your 40-day beginner art class. You are great, and thanks for those. Thank you, brother. Thank you, my friend. My Russian friend says, your example with Keith Haring was really great. It allowed me to be more creative and avoid being less traditional when it comes to drawing. You also say, everyone admires your beginner's drawing course because it's actually special. Without any exaggeration, your passion towards drawing and philosophy behind it makes people fall in love with drawing. Wow. You guys, I'm gonna get a really big head if people keep saying such nice things. As if my head isn't already literally big enough to begin with. My brain occupies a very small percentage of this big dome, but I might get an outsized idea of how big that brain actually is here. Bless Blue says, what advice would you give to someone who has never done sculpting and they are in pursuit of becoming a self-taught sculptor? Wow. Well, I think it's just like anything. I'm sure there's got to be someone who's done classes like I've done for drawing and painting here on YouTube, but they've done them on sculpture. I'm sure those must exist out there, whether that's carving wood or using clay or building things out. Like there's so many different art materials out there, like blocks and gluing, stapling, fabric. I mean, there is kind of infinite amount of approaches. So I would watch one of those videos. I have no idea. I haven't even thought about it before, but yeah, that's probably what I would do. I would find artworks that I like, that I'd want to try to reproduce, and try just like we've been talking about drawing and painting. A big part of the creative process, and especially a big part of learning the creative process, is failure. Is how you've got to make just tremendous amount of mistakes for a long time before things even start to kind of get better. So I think it's just a big part of it is just trying and recognizing, you know what, for this first year, I should have zero expectations that I create anything that I ultimately like. I'm not going to try to make something that's going to end up in the Museum of Modern Art or my local art gallery, or that I'm going to try to sell. I'm just going to try to have some fun. I'm going to play around a lot, just like we all did when we were little kids. And if something comes out of that I like, great. But the main part is just playing for a little bit. And then as you go, things are going to start improving. And I think just having a very relaxed mindset on that experience, finding teachers who can kind of push you along and encourage you, I think is really important. I think, and I hope, I don't know if that makes sense. Now what I want to do is I want to focus on the figure in the foreground. We've done a bunch of work in the background, certainly not finished. I want to go back and do stuff there, but I do need to start putting in some of the color in the foreground because this figure is literally inside of a wheat field. So before I do all the wheat, I want to get those legs in there and some of those colors. So Senga says, Michael is the best teacher. Senga, oh my goodness, too sweet. I'm going to have to start paying you guys for all of these nice comments. Okay, so where should we start with this figure? Well, what I always tend to go think about is what is the furthest thing away, or what is being covered up, and painting that first so that the subsequent layers are on top of it. And while this hand is in front of the shirt, we've got this hand in a pocket and the face underneath the hat and underneath the shirt. So I actually think I'm going to mix a skin tone first, lay that in place, and then paint the shirt, hat, and pants on top afterwards. So to begin with, now, well, actually, maybe I even should show this for a second. You know, the skin tone that William Kurelek is using here, you know, it's pretty much, it's like the same color almost as the wheat itself. It's like a very yellowy color. I might just make this look maybe a little bit more natural, a little bit more on the peachy side of things. So I'm going to start out with some warm yellow, take a little bit of warm red, make an orange. And then I'm going to take a little bit of warm blue. I mean, we're talking just a tiny fraction of it. And when I put that in there, it turns that orange into a brown. Then I can take some white, mix that in here, and I'm going to start getting a flesh color. So every single human being's skin color is a brown, and we just have different kinds of brown. Some are going to be darker than others, some have a little bit more red, some a little bit more yellow, a little bit more blue. Your job is to kind of find the right ratio. So I put a little bit more red in there. Even just a tiny bit more blue. Oh, might have gone a little bit far on that. I mean, you can see that's not, you know, when I say a little bit far, that's just like a couple of grains of sand worth of color can make a big difference. You can see it's, I would say, 80% white with just a little bit of those other colors. But I think this is probably good enough to get us started here. So you could see maybe the value of painting, the underpainting here, preserving these pencil lines to make it easy for me to see. Now at the moment, this skin color seems really maybe too dark, too peachy. I'm gonna leave it like this for right now, because one thing I've learned the hard way over the years is it's very hard to see the full picture when so much of it is incomplete. So while I might have made a terrible mistake here and the colors might be totally wrong, I might have also got it perfect, but because so much of the rest of the painting is yet to be completed, it looks wrong. So I don't really know. My brain, as I've said earlier, is very, very small. All right? And while some people might be able to play chess and think 10 steps ahead, I'm not that guy. I'm kind of like, the step I'm at right now is that's as far as my brain can see forward. So I'm gonna leave that like that, and then I'm gonna paint in the shirt and the hat and the pants, and then we'll reevaluate and we'll just see if how close I really am or how far I really am, because I just don't know. Senga says, Michael is the best teacher. Oh. Very sweet. Barbara says, I'm back. I'm actually on a working holiday at the moment, looking after 2 dogs in a very nice house in Hampshire, and getting paid for it. Wow, that's the dream, living the dream, taking care of a house and dogs. Wow, that's a great holiday. Wow. Oh, Barbara, yeah, Senga, Michael is the best teacher. Okay, so you guys just put your addresses there so I can forward your the check I owe you for saying so many nice things. Since I'm gonna have to put you all on the payroll over here. Okay, let's get this shirt painted in. So this shirt appears to be primarily, if not entirely, warm red. So let's just go to it. I mean, I think there's maybe there's a little bit of orange in there. Let's just bring that down there. I think I'll put a little bit of warm red. I think the fact that this is yellow underneath. Let's bring these up here. The fact that there's yellow on the shirt at the moment from the Imprimatura means that when I paint this, probably a little bit of that yellow is going to come through anyway. Doesn't hurt to have a little bit more yellow in there, though. Okay. Now remember, I'm going to be basically outlining everything at the very end with black. So I've got a little bit of a leeway in between these colors. They don't all have to be completely seamless and fit together like a puzzle. There can be little gaps in between them because those dark lines are going to hide some of that. So one of the interesting things that as I'm painting this and it starts to fill up the canvas is these colors of the skin are starting to kind of change. All right, I'm starting to kind of see them a little bit differently. I mean, obviously the colors themselves haven't changed. It's not like the paint has gone some sort of metamorphosis. It's just that now the colors next to them are changing, going from yellow to red, and that gives the illusion that these colors the skin colors are changing. So, and at the moment, it's hard to say whether it's changing for the better or worse. I'm not even sure, I'm not even gonna make a judgment until I'm a little bit further down the track anyway here. So you've probably noticed, like, I'm using two different brushes here. I've got a bigger brush and a smaller brush. Just makes it so much more efficient to have a few different sizes. The bigger brush obviously can fill big areas in much faster, but it has much less accuracy, so I can use my small brush to do those detail works. Some people might find they need 3 brushes to do this. You know, I've been doing this for a long time, so I have maybe a little bit more proficiency with larger brushes to do small areas of detail, but another thing, as I'm painting this, I'm just trying to make sure that my brush strokes are kind of complementing the form, right? So that these brush strokes on the arms, they're following the arms. Brush strokes on the torso are kind of following the folds of the fabric. As opposed to like having a brush strokes that just go straight across and kind of flatten the whole shape there. I want them to kind of complement the shapes, the planes, the surfaces that are there. Barbara Wise Words, Senga, sorry to hear about your cat passing away. They're so precious. I'm sure he or she had a great life with you, and that's all you can do, isn't it? Well said, yes. Okay, let's get these pants. So these pants, I think, are actually a combination of my warm blue and cool blue. So the color that's in between these, my ultramarine blue, which is a warm blue, and my cerulean blue, which is my cool blue, is cobalt. And cobalt is a very, very common, popular color. In fact, a lot of the times people will use cobalt blue as a so-called primary color. So we can get pretty close to mixing cobalt by just mixing our warm and cool colors together. Now the one thing is, if I paint this color right now over top of that yellow, it's going to have a real tough time showing up. So what I'm going to do is do a layer here where I'm going to add some white into this color. And that's going to help this blue overpower the yellow. Now you'll notice I'm just basically painting over everything here, causing me to lose lots of detail. I'm not too worried about, you know, getting the belt buckle in the exact right place. I don't feel like that's a major part of this picture. So, and that white is probably going to mean that that belt buckle is, it might be visible once I blow dry this, but it could also disappear completely. And I might just carry this down. A little bit lower than the actual tops of the wheat there, just to, so it kind of fades out into the grass. Looking forward to going swimming today. It's kind of the end of summer, so I'm contemplating, should we go to a pool or should we see if we can get the last little bits of the summer at the beach? Jake says, to be honest, I'm genuinely frustrated because my brother Mark deserves far more subscribers. He's the very definition of what teacher, of that teacher who makes you wish the class would never end. Ah. Thank you so much. You mean brother, I'm assuming you're talking about me, and often people accidentally call me Mark as opposed to Michael because my last name is Markowsky, so often that happens. But maybe you also have a brother named Mark who's a good teacher too. That's also possible. Truly, Jake, they are never boring. I can enjoy them entirely. They are also pretty relaxing. Aw. And Barbara says, hi Jake, glad to hear you're enjoying Michael's drawing course. I did in 2023 and haven't stopped drawing and painting since. It's fantastic. You guys, oh my goodness, I love it. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly blow dry all of this before I move on here. Jake says, I mean you. That's totally fine. I had I've told this story a number of times before, but I had a teacher in art school who called me Mark Markowsky for 4 years. And after the, I don't know, maybe the second or third time of trying to correct him, I was like, okay, I guess in this class, my name's Mark, because that's, and as a teacher myself, you know, when you see hundreds of students every week, I tell people, right, like, just so you know, I've already forgotten everybody's name. I hope, you know, no offense, but it goes in one ear and goes out the other. Okay. I'm just taking this blue that I have here, and I'm adding a little bit of glazing fluid to make it a bit more transparent, because I actually kind of like a little bit of this, maybe it's a bit too transparent. I was going to say, I like some of the lighter parts of this fabric. You know what? I'm just going to go right to the darker color here. I think his waist is starting to expand. So if you're in a situation like this where the paint is really streaky like this, one thing you can do is kind of like what I'm doing is I'm painting and just kind of just gently kind of wiping some of this paint away, that excess paint as it builds up. I mean, I don't mind that streakiness, but I know some people just hate it. It's also a feature of it being slightly wet. In fact, I should probably just stop tinkering with it because it's just going to kind of compound that problem. So, but I think that's okay actually right now. Kind of, again, I did that deliberately. I wanted the lines to, if there's going to be streaks, I want them to be going downward, like they're going down the pant legs into the grass. Okay, now I want to do the hat. So the hat, I think what I want to do is I'm going to mix like a brown here. So I'm going to take my warm yellow, warm red, and a bit of warm blue, and make a brown. I can use this brown in the grass in a little bit here. I'm just taking that brown and I'm just going to now mix a bit of that brown back into some warm yellow just to give it, because I don't want to just paint pure warm yellow here. I want it to be just have a little bit. In fact, let me just show you what I'm doing here. Just a little bit on the darker side here. So this color is going to find its way into the grass eventually, or not the grass, the wheat. I keep saying grass. But it works really well up here because most of this color is going to be down near the bottom half of this painting. So it's kind of, it's a nice little bit of that color kind of balancing out in the bottom and repeating, or it helps balance the sort of maybe some of the darker colors that we'll find down there. So once again, I'm just going to go around. I want this color brush strokes to wrap around here, and then on the top part of the hat I'm going to have these lines mostly going straight up and down. So that's going to help define these two, and define and kind of contrast these different surfaces, like this flat surface versus this more horizontal or vertical surface. Barbara says, how is Edie, has she started her school now? How's she doing? She's doing great. Oh, what an adorable kid. Oh, she's doing so great. As many of you know, our daughter was diagnosed with autism like 3 years ago. And she's still mostly non-speaking, so it's a bit of a challenge for her to communicate at school. But she's in classes with kids that are what we might call neurotypical, and she's doing the exercises right alongside everyone else, and which makes me so happy that how the schools are so inclusive these days. Like, I remember when I was a kid, you know, there was they call it like the short bus, and there was like the kids that were on the spectrum, kids with any kind of physical challenge, Down syndrome. They would go on that special bus and they would disappear into some room in the school, and there would be almost no interaction with the general population of the school whatsoever. And I think it's so much cooler that she's in a classroom with other kids and she experiences the full experience of elementary school alongside them, and that also those kids, her fellow peers, go to school and are immersed. They have firsthand experience of dealing with someone who is neurodiverse, and they get to see that it's fine. It's not a big issue. It's not a problem. She laughs and cries and plays just with everyone else. And I remember, was it maybe a couple years ago, maybe it was last year, there was a trip we all went to a ice skating rink, and everyone put on skates and was skating around. And I remember one of her little friends came up and was like, "Edie's skating! She's really skating! Oh, wow!" And it made me so excited because she's actually a pretty good skater. So it was like her friends were like, "Wow, maybe she's not talking, but she has other strengths in other parts of life that exceed those abilities of the other students in the classroom." And so it kind of evens out that we're all kind of have our abilities that are a little bit stronger in one direction or the other. And so I just think it makes me just so happy. It makes me feel like the world is evolving. We're slowly moving towards a better place. It doesn't always seem that way. Sometimes it feels like 2 steps forward, 5 steps back. But I think in the grand scheme of things, I'm much happier to be living today than at any other point in human history. Jake says, "I hope you don't mind me calling you Mark. Where I'm from, we often shorten names as a gesture of familiarity. I truly didn't mean to upset you, and for that I'm generally sorry, brother." No worries. No worries at all. I'm so used to being called different names all the time, especially Mark. As I said, ever since I've been a kid, I've heard it so many times that it doesn't faze me, to the point where I'll be walking around a shopping mall or the street and I'll hear someone, "Hey, Mark." I'm like, well, let's just you never know, because there have been times where somebody comes up, "Hey, Mark, I took your painting class a few years ago." I'm like, "Awesome, great." So I don't mind. I think it's great. Again, I think it just shows how kind of how human we really are. And I'd much rather be a human than a robot who maybe, quote, gets everything right all the time. Okay, I'm just looking at my time. Okay, for a second I thought I got 1 hour to wrap up. I've actually got 2 hours. Right? Just have to try and do the mental clockwork of when my daughter's school gets out. Okay, I got 2 hours. First, okay, but still, let's try to I don't, just because I've got 2 hours doesn't mean I should spend 2 hours on this painting. Let's see if it would be nice if I didn't have to just race out of here in a hot sweat and pick her up from school, that I can kind of take my time. So let's see, what should I do next? Do I want to work on the foreground any more here? I would say if I was to do something right now on the foreground, it would probably be the pants. I'm kind of contemplating maybe painting the belt buckle and the jeans, putting even in maybe a bit of the shadow in here, so that I can then go back into the background, paint the wheat that's coming up over his pant legs when I do the rest of the background. I think that makes the most sense. Okay, so let's do that. Let's just in fact, maybe I'm gonna create a separate title here, just for it makes it easier for people watching later on. So I'm gonna go to my foreground 2 here. So I'm going to continue working on the foreground. This time I'm going to work on the pant legs, and I'm going to do the pants, and then I'm going to go to the background and do background pass number 2. So I'm going to kind of work a little bit more and refine the pants, because after all, I want the wheat to be kind of coming up over these pants, so it makes more sense to do that first. Okay, so I think let's paint the belt in. Get that belt in the inseam here, pocket. Let's do all that first. So what color do we want that belt? The belt buckle kind of looks like just a, you know, a white with, or a blue with a little bit of white in there. Could be even similar to this white we had earlier, or kind of baby blue. I feel like I want it to be, I want it to just be light blue. Let's make it into, I'm gonna make it a little bit, almost a little bit gray here. So what I'm doing is I'm taking, I don't know if that is, if you saw how I just did that. I took my cool blue, there's a lot of cool blue in here. I took a little bit of my cool red, actually, and my cool yellow. So basically 3 cool colors. There is a little bit of warm blue in here that's helping to make this go neutral. Mix that together and I've got this gray. So this gray, basically, this belt buckle kind of lines up pretty close to the middle of this shirt. What should the belt itself be? In the original here, the belt is kind of blue as well, so what could we do that would be a bit different than just blue? Let's make this a purple belt. So I'm going to take my cool red, warm blue, mix this together. Maybe even put a bit of white in here. going to take a little bit of cool yellow and bring this in here. This is going to make this purple a little bit more on the gray side of things. Especially because I added white to it. So in fact, let's zoom in for the first time here. So maybe it's a little bit too close. Let's. Okay, so we're just going to leave a little gap here for the belt loops. Just wondering, is that going to make for a really... Okay, so I think on this side, I'm going to do the same thing, and I might even just, where's my pencil? So if this is going here, I just don't want it to look like one side of his pants are kind of hiked up really high. I want it to look like they're curving in the same way on both sides. So let's bring this down a bit then. Now there's going to be shadow covering most of this. It's going to be just kind of pretty dark down there. But it doesn't mean that just because shadow's there that I'm just going to be lazy and not, you know, put detail in there. I think one of the more satisfying things is when you do have strong shadow and then you can see things in those dark shadows. Now I'm going to blow dry this because I'm painting and I'm just kind of almost wiping the paint off. So I'm going to dry it and then do another layer. Does that look okay? It's kind of hard to... Because if he's... You almost imagine, though, that if his hand was in his pocket, that would push the whole belt down as opposed to up. Well... Logic Schmoglic. So I think what I'm going to do next is actually make a proper mixture of black. So as I said, you know, I have a tube of black paint that I could use for this, but I really enjoy mixing my own colors. And where do I even want to do this? Let's do this right here. I really like mixing my own black. I just find there's something really rewarding about it, magical even. So I'm going to take my cool yellow and cool blue. Let's mix these together. Look at this beautiful bright green. Looks great. Thing is, we don't really have any green in this painting. Or, well, there is, but it's not in the detail that we're painting here. There's just a little bit of green in the background of this painting. So we're going to take that beautiful green, and then we're going to take some warm red, and we're going to mix this together. And the wild thing is because warm red is the exact opposite on the color wheel from cool green, they're going to pull each other in towards the middle of the color wheel and cancel each other out, and that's how we get this black. Again, it's not going to be perfectly solid black. It won't be as black as the black that comes right out of a tube of actual black paint, but it's going to get pretty close. And the thing too, as I have said many times, I would prefer my black to have some nuance to it. And also it keeps the possibility is if I did really want black, I can actually use black and I can break it out like a fire extinguisher. It's kind of like an emergency alarm. I'm like, I need something even darker than my darkest dark. Well, I've got this like wild card I can pull out when I need it. This color actually looks so beautiful, like a dark emerald. Interesting. Yes, that dark, you know, like these beautiful, like I don't know, I just like the instead of just being pure black, like it's got what we might call like impurities, a little bit maybe more green, a little bit more red, and I just think that just makes the black feel more alive, because black is such a strong, overwhelming color. You gotta be careful where you use it in a painting. And usually we want to reserve it for the foreground. Interesting. Russian friend here says this, I just realized this man's pose reminds me of the auto portrait by Kazimir Malevich. Malevich being one of the great Ukrainian painters of all time, and one of the one of, if not like maybe the forerunner of abstract painting, arguably maybe him and Hilma af Klint, maybe the two of them quite separately came up with abstract painting. Oh, is this the one you're thinking of? Oh, that's wild. Huh. I wonder. It wouldn't surprise... Oh, sorry. I thought I had that up on the screen. It wouldn't surprise me if Willem Kurelek did that deliberately. I mean, that would be a pretty deep cut as a reference to that painting. But wow, that's I mean, we did an episode on Malevich, and so I'm pretty familiar with his work, but I didn't think of that. That's wild. Jake says, your YouTube thumbnail has stayed the same for so long. Is there a story behind it? You mean my own personal image, or for these each individual videos? I don't know what. I honestly don't know what my own icon on YouTube. I think it might be though from. If I recall, it might be from a video or an interview I did on the news, maybe 15 years ago, possibly. I think that's might be what it's from. I just haven't updated it. I think it shows me without a mustache either, when I've had a mustache for, I don't know, 6-7 years now. Okay, oops, where am I here? So I'm taking my black, and I'm also mixing it in with some glazing fluid that has some of this blue in there as well. So the glazing fluid is clear paint, like matte medium, except it has a chemical that slows the drying time down. And so this is great for doing lots of little details and modifying things. So for instance, let's say I'm gonna paint, what should we paint first? Outline the belt buckle, belt loops. In fact, maybe that needs something even darker for that. Let's see the seam. And then I can even just kind of darken. In fact, you know what? I think let's get the darker color here. I'm going to take my dark blue and just go right in with the black. I need to do a bit of outlining here. my Russian friends, is I cannot be sure about whether William Kurelek's painting is an allusion to Malevich's drawing, but I also remember Malevich drawing a farm wife with the popular Madonna motif. My theory is that perhaps Kazimir Malevich was trying to say that peasant farmers can also be portrayed in painting as beautiful and aesthetic. Perhaps Kurelek had the same intent, but can only speculate. Yes, that's totally true. Well, I'm sure that William Kurelek would have been very familiar with Malevich. I mean, I think it's interesting because, you know, they had very, very different ideas about painting and how to make a painting. And obviously William Kurelek is famous for these very illustrative types of work. But the fact that they were both of Ukrainian descent would have, well, yeah, I think he would. Yeah, I'm trying to think of how well aware would. I don't know. I'm sure there was some awareness. I don't know how direct the connection is, but yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a deliberate kind of attempt here to. It is quite the because that Malevich painting, self-portrait, is from 1933. This is from 1971. So quite a long time afterwards. Certainly plenty of time for him to have seen that image reproduced somewhere. Let's take a little bit of my warm blue and my glazing fluid with a little bit of black in here. Let's just kind of... You know, we can use a soft brush for this. Sometimes I like just using my fingertips, though. But okay, I think I should blow dry that. So one thing is with glazing fluid, you got to be patient when you use it, because otherwise I can just peel off that layer. So let's blow dry. I'm just going to do another layer here. So the light is coming from the right, and therefore the left side of the image is a little bit on the darker, right? I'm going to blow dry that, maybe do just one little bit more, and then I'll move on from the pants. Stephanie suggests go to the beach. Go to the beach as opposed to going to the pool. I love it. Yes, I think that's what we'll do. Here in Vancouver, we only get, I mean, we probably get better weather than most other places in Canada. I mean, Toronto, Montreal, they get cold winters, but they often get like brutally hot summers. And whereas Vancouver weather tends to be just more mild throughout the year. So, but it is, once October comes, not going to be doing a lot of swimming in the ocean at that point. Okay. How are we looking there? Not bad. I mean, I'm probably going to refine the belt loops here. In fact, let's put a little bit of dark in the tops of these belt loops, actually. Maybe it's a little bit thick here. Okay, I think that's good enough for me for the pants. I might do some highlights back on top of it, but I think I might be good enough with that. I could conceive of maybe putting a reflection on the belt buckle with a little bit of white or something there, but I like to kind of reserve that for a little bit further down the road in case I need it. And while I'm doing it, I'll just, if I want highlights elsewhere, I'll do it all at the same time, because there might be some highlights on the collar of the shirt. My goodness, so many comments. Singa says, I don't think YouTube is letting me share my link. Sometimes that happens especially during live streams. I don't have any control over that, but sometimes that's the algorithm won't let you do that. So you might have to post it after the episode airs, or just put it on the Facebook group. Stephanie says, my brothers are Michael and Mark. There you go, right? That would be very confusing for me. My Russian friend says, I'm always amazed at how much you know about modern art from different countries. I can't even have this kind of discussion with many locals. Interesting. It's concerted effort for sure to expand beyond my range of knowledge to learn a little bit more about artists from around the world. It reminds, a lot of it came out of maybe like 6 or 7 years ago. One of my good friends, the guy whose music you're hearing right now, my friend Sam, we were hanging out together once, and he said to me, I realized I don't really read very many books by female authors. So I've made a concerted effort to read books by women, written by women. And I kind of, at the moment, was like, never even occurred to me that probably most of the books that I've read have been by male authors. It didn't even just took it for granted. And so it kind of started making me think about how, especially when I'm teaching and working with students at university where I teach, you know, the frame of reference I'd always be like, oh, here's a painting by Picasso, and here's another one by Van Gogh, and here's one by Matisse, and here's one by you know, and almost never talking about female artists, and certainly almost never talking about artists from other places in the world. And yet my classroom would be full of often like 60% women, and especially in university, maybe 50% of the people are from outside of Canada. I mean, not just people who are Canadian, like Chinese Canadian or African Canadian or Brazilian Canadian, but people literally from Brazil or China or Africa in the classroom, and thinking like, oh, realize like all my reference are very Eurocentric male artists, and thinking I really want to connect with them and show them that great art isn't not only always, but is made by people all over the world. And so it really sent me into this kind of like desperate need to expand my horizons and be more well informed about art going on around the world. And that kind of happened to almost coincide perfectly around the same time I started doing these live streams of wanting to expand the conversation of what art can be, and also, quite frankly, using these episodes as an opportunity to do more research and having, I'm teaching at a university. I'm exposed to a lot of art, and so it's in my head somewhere, but it's not until I start kind of doing some research and like, who are some of the best African artists of all time? I'm like, oh, that's who did that painting. Oh, wow. How come I don't know who that person's name is? Or who's the greatest Chinese artist of all time? And then realize, like, I've never heard of any of these people. I've seen some of these pictures in textbooks long ago, but when I was in school, we would just skip right over those chapters and go right to the Renaissance. I mean, like, the half of that book would be of like art from Asia and Africa, and it was like, well, let's move straight to what's going on in Europe. And so kind of really wanted to be more mindful of being more inclusive, right? That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know if you're having difficulty posting things. Again, as it's saying, it's probably YouTube won't let you put links directly into the live chat here. So that's the, I don't know what to tell you. So no matter how many times you try putting it in there, it's probably not going to work. Jake says, you might find this interesting. There's a famous painter from Bangladesh named Zainul Abidin. His most famous work is a series of sketches about a great famine. Oh, I'll have to check that out. My Russian friend says, this may sound sentimental, but this only wish to learn the world outside one's country culture is very likely what helped me to avoid falling for the local militaristic authoritarian propaganda. Yeah, totally. I think, yeah, it's hard to hate people from other cultures when you've spent time looking at the great art that those other cultures have made, right? It's, for me, that has really helped me being more, have more empathy for people around the world, whether that be people who are undergoing oppression from one culture or another, or people who are oppressing people from other cultures, right? I think That's why I really think art, it can be so powerful. It can really kind of make us way more empathetic people. Okay, I need to get on my horse and make some painting work on this. Where? Let's go back to... Oops. Okay. So now that I've got the farmer's pant legs painted in, now I feel more confident, so I can go back in here and start now really basically ideally finish the background, and then I'll finish the elements in the foreground. And I got an hour and just over an hour and 20 minutes before I gotta be totally done. So now I got a little bit of more urgency here to work. How do I want to do this? So let's take some yellow, a little bit of white. And the first thing I want to do is kind of cover up parts of these pant legs here. Sorry, I'm spaced out on that. So I'm just touching this up here with, this is just basically my cool yellow and a little bit of white. This is from this little pile I had here before. Okay, I need to blow dry that. This should be a bit more round. Actually, you know what? Maybe before I blow dry that, let's just do the same here, but with some thinner lines for the wheat. Okay, let's blow dry that. Now, some of those lines are done by William Kurelek himself with kind of like white. Even just start bringing some of these white brush strokes down here into the bottom. It looks like I got a little bit of color in this white. That's okay. Oh, there's also this shadow over here. So maybe let's take a bit of our black. Let's put it, take my black and my yellows. I'm going to put a bit of glazing fluid in here just to make it a little bit more fluid as well as a bit more transparent. Now I'm going to bring the same thing elsewhere because I don't want it just, that's not going to be the only shadow. After all, the wheat is going to be casting its own shadows here. Something on the tip of this brush. Sometimes it's a good idea just every once in a while just to clean your brush to get things that have built up on there off. There is this kind of meandering little field or pathway in the background here, so I'm just gonna get a bit of this. So I don't want to overdo it here. So, oops. So as we go further back into the distance here, we're going to be using smaller and smaller brush strokes because the wheat is getting, appears to be smaller the further it is away from us. Ideally, I'd also try to use the brush strokes I do put in here should be kind of controlled, and I don't want to get sloppy. Often what happens is people feel like, oh, it's just in the background, so it can be kind of just real messy and sloppy. And that's kind of a major mistake that artists do, is to just think of the background as an afterthought. And what it does is it just totally undermines the whole artwork. It's kind of similar to, like, let's say you were making a movie and you've got Tom Cruise and, I don't know, Angelina Jolie in the foreground. And you're like, well, they're the most important thing, so whatever goes on in behind them isn't really important. So, you know, if you've got a bunch of extras and they're, you know, I don't know, this movie, let's say, takes place in the 1920s, and you got extras in the background who are bored and looking at things on their phone when they're supposed to be in a coffee shop talking. Well, yeah, they're just in the background, and so they're not really technically the focus of the film. But now, the fact that they're what they're doing is so distracting that it actually undermines the performances of the so-called main actors in the foreground. So in order for Tom Cruise's, again, I don't know why I thought of Tom Cruise, but the famous actor in the foreground, to be convincing, the people in the background aren't just an afterthought. They are helping to support that performance. And if the people in the background aren't believable, then how can we believe what the characters in the foreground are doing? Right? And so again, it might just appear that these are just little unimportant little dashes of paint, but they are very important to creating a space that is believable. And we can put a tremendous amount, like we could probably work on the background in this painting for days, putting in a tremendous amount of detail in here. Russian friend says the amount of details in the painting is absolutely mind-blowing. Tell me about it. You really feel it when you start to try to paint it. You're like, oh my goodness, this could take me a long time. Jake says, don't you find it remarkable a groundbreaking discovery from Bangladesh might go unnoticed while the same achievement from the West would be celebrated worldwide? Absolutely. Well, many of the so-called great advancements in modern art, that are attributed to people like Picasso or Van Gogh or any of these other old dead white guys, were arguably done decades, if not centuries, before in other places in the world. I mean, you can even think about like rock and roll. I mean, as famously, Elvis Presley was not really the first one to invent rock and roll. He just helped to package it in a way that was digestible to white audiences. Right? There had been for decades people, black artists in the American South primarily, who were making R&B, rock and roll music before it was called rock and roll, only to spend most of their careers living in total obscurity. And I say this as a fan of Elvis Presley. We did a painting of Elvis Presley, I don't know, years ago, that turned out pretty good, I think. I used to have it up in our living room for a long time. And I think actually Elvis did to his own credit, in many ways is responsible for bringing attention back to the very artists whose work inspired his career. And so potentially, we might say Elvis ripped off all these artists, but Might also say that if it hadn't been for Elvis, whatever success those black artists ended up ultimately having would probably may not have ever happened had it not been for Elvis himself. So, but you know, artists like Vincent van Gogh. Van Gogh was deeply inspired by Japanese art. Claude Monet, deeply inspired by Japanese art. Both of them collected prints that were by Hiroshige and Hokusai as they started to arrive in Europe. As those prints began to arrive in Europe in the mid-1800s. Claude Monet was such a fan of Japanese art that he built a Japanese garden in his backyard. And when they saw the art coming in from Japan, it completely revolutionized their own kind of approach to making art. The kind of the looseness that is now such an important feature of a lot of Asian art that was just unheard of in the West. Like, no one even considered that there was a possibility to make a painting in those ways. So at the very least, art from Japan and soon China deeply inspired modern art, Western modern art. And then, depending on how far you want to go down that rabbit hole, could largely have been responsible for many of the great innovations in modern art history. Because after all, it wasn't like Japanese artists weren't making art that whole time. In fact, what's really interesting is seeing how Japanese and to a lesser extent Chinese, Korean art began to kind of reincorporate Western art. So there's this dialogue going back and forth. Like we see, like even, I mean, the art of Hiroshige and Hokusai has elements of European geometric perspective in there that wasn't in Japanese art, you know, even just a few hundred years before, or even 50 years before. Ah, you can't see anything I'm painting. Of course you can't, right? Because why would I want to do that on a... While I'm live streaming on YouTube is to show you what I'm actually doing. It's much better just to look at the top of my head for hours on end. Although for those of you that I'm helping to sleep, it doesn't really matter what's on screen, does it? Because after all, so many people love watching or listening to these videos while they fall asleep, so... Which is great. I find that funny. Okay, I gotta let's get on the horse here, Michael. Here I was. I got 2 hours. Plenty of time to paint. And now I'm looking at the clock. Okay, now I've got less than an hour. There's Ari says, I love your videos. Oh, that's so cool. Thank you, Ari. My Russian friend says, Jake, it's also sad to realize that most of those artists were recognized only posthumously. Yes, that's also true. Is that, and that's unfortunately the case with the European artists as well, as often, famously Van Gogh, kind of not recognized during his lifetime. Because it's generally, when people are doing new things that have never been seen before, it's hard for us to really appreciate it because it's so new. I often think of like painting in using food analogies, but I'm sure we can, if we're honest with ourselves, we can all think back to a time where we tried some food for the first time, and at first we're just totally repulsed by it. Like, I remember my whole childhood being disgusted by seafood. Just, my parents love to go to seafood restaurants, and are like, oh my goodness, the smell, they're so gross, fish are disgusting. Only to, of course, 20 years later, being, maybe seafood might be one of my favorite food of all. And same, that often happens with art, is that we don't even really kind of appreciate what we have until a little bit of time goes by, and then we're like, oh, actually this kind of actually like sushi. Turns out it's not so bad after all. Okay, so I'm just quickly mixing up a batch of brown here. I was just painting with this kind of grayish black, yellowy color. Yellowy black, gray. I want to put a bit of brown in here, however. I'm just going to put a bit of glazing fluid. It's going to make it a bit more transparent, which sometimes is a good thing, sometimes a bad thing. In this case, I think it's a bit of a good thing, because I don't necessarily want like the most opaque brushstrokes here. I kind of want them to be, especially as I go back into the distance, maybe just a little bit more on the transparent side. So again, all of this is time consuming, and seems like, why am I not painting the central figure? Why am I spending all this time on the wheat field itself? And of course, you don't have to, but I think everything I'm doing here is helping to support the central figure, right? To put him in a specific place. Having these details here become very important. Now, I will say though that all these weird arcing shapes are not really in the original. This is kind of my own thing here, and I'm not entirely even convinced this is a good idea. Oh, there goes my tummy grumbling away here. So while this is definitely cutting into the time I could be using to paint the farmer, it's important work. I do just want to spend maybe 5 more minutes tops on this, and then I'm going to move forward. So I want this path to be visible, but maybe not, you know, the central focus of the background. That it's sort of maybe even you look at it, or you look at the painting and you don't even notice until you've looked at it for once or twice. Like, oh yeah, I just noticed that little pathway back there. What's that about? It's a fine line between making it subtle and it just disappearing completely, or trying to make it subtle but it becomes distracting. It's pulling too much of our attention to that area. So the best thing to do is just to build it up slowly. I mean, I am feeling like, a lot of these brushstrokes are kind of a little bit on the sloppier side of things, because I am rushing. But, you know, if this was a painting of mine that I was going to try to sell or exhibit, I would definitely spend a whole day just doing this little stuff, but being very mindful of each of these brushstrokes. You know, instead of doing these like dap 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 like I'm doing right now, you know, they'd be much more kind of like, let's say that this would be about the pace I would go. But I'm going to pick up the pace again because that would just take me too long. It might only add an extra 20-30 minutes. But I don't have that time. I got about 40 minutes from now to finish this entire painting. Barb says, Michael, it's good to see a flag behind you. I miss all the flags you used to have in your old studio, and Leonard Nimoy and the wet paint tubes. Oh, the wet paint tape, yes. I know. I still have all of that boxed up, and I've been slowly unboxing things and organizing. It just never seems like there's enough time in the day, doesn't it? Like, for instance, the main camera that you're watching me on right now, from the front there, that one right there, that one is having some difficulties, and you've probably noticed that it's not as high resolution as the one from above. This one right here, there, it's one of those things where I'm like, okay, I gotta get that sorted out. I gotta figure what's wrong here. I gotta do the research, and then life gets in the way, and a little bit. The way I kind of tend to operate is sort of like I'm a firefighter. It's like I'm just fighting the fire in front of me right now, and until that camera just stops working, I might not have time to figure out how to make it better. Okay, let's take a look. Let's zoom back out and just see how things are at this stage. I think that's probably good for now. If I've got time at the very end, which I probably am not going to have, I could do some more work in the wheat field bit. Now that I've got, I think, the background mostly finished, at least in terms of the amount of time I have, I'm going to go back and now work on the figure and put in the detail on the skin and the shirt. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to get to the plaid and the shirt. We'll see. So let's take a look at where we're at now. Let's take a look at the painting where we're at right now. Look at them side by side. So obviously we're missing the contrast in the folds, all the shading and stuff. So that's kind of the next thing we're going to focus on here. You know, I look at that and I'm like, wow, I could probably darken more of the grass or the wheat. But I just don't think I got time. So where should we start? I'm probably gonna let's work on the skin. next, because I think that's a major priority, and that's going to kind of, once I get some of the shadows done on that, I think the rest of the clothing is going to come together pretty quickly. So, I think we're going to mix our skin tone again. So we have this here, but I think it's not, most of it's probably pretty dry. So let's take some white, or take a little bit of yellow, oops. Warm yellow, a little bit of, oops, that's a bit too much warm red. And just a tiny bit of warm blue. It's actually not bad for a slightly darker color. Although I think I'm just gonna actually just go, you know, a little bit faster here. Okay, I'm gonna put some glazing fluid in here. And let's, oh, I've got a bunch of more red in there than I anticipated. So to do this, I'm just going to wipe off all of that excess paint off on my brush. And then I'm going to come back here. Let's get another dry brush. It's not on camera, darn it. Keep doing that. I often do that when I get a little bit rushed as I space out on things like that. Okay, so pretty subtle. Let's blow dry it and we're gonna do another layer. What is going on here? Ah. Okay, let's let that dry. go to smaller brushes now. Ooh, you know, it must be that this room is starting to get pretty hot. I mean, I can feel it in here, but this just tells me that the glazing fluid is not behaving entirely the way I want. That it's drying very quickly. I think I'm going to take this color, bring it into the hat too. just gonna blow dry that again. Okay. Maybe while let's see, how do I want to do this? Let's mix a dark red. I need a bit more of my warm red. Where's my... Take my black, bring this into a bit of my warm red and get it kind of a darker red here. Perfect. Let's put our glazing fluid in here. It's gonna again make it easier to paint with. let's paint. Not super happy with the way this is turning out just yet. Again, this is a bit of a feature of rushing a little bit. This kind of this can kind of happen. Again, I'm just flying through here. If I was working on this one more seriously, I would really be paying attention to be a much stronger logic to the way that I'm doing all of these folds here. I'd make sure that they are all working properly. At the moment, I'm just sort of like, good enough, let's move on. Less than 20 minutes, but 15 minutes till I gotta wrap up here. Okay, let's blow dry all that. Okay, what should we do next? I think we need to start going dark even further. So instead of just glazing with, well, maybe what should we do? Let's glaze. I'm gonna take my black and brown. Let's make a really dark color here. Let's put some glazing fluid in there. So this is my warm brown plus black. Wow, this is drying very fast. Wow. So that's an issue with glazing when it's just so hot that it just starts drying almost like on contact. Let's just see how much if I can get away with using this same color on the shirt. I think I should be able to. It's Okay, let's blow dry that. Even take a bit of this, put this on the hat here. Let's blow dry all that. I just realized I was muted while I was talking away. Oh well. I mean, I love doing this part of the painting because now I'm just kind of darkening and darkening and darkening. And the darker it gets, it tends to, the more dimension starts to appear. The figure starts to kind of come to life, as Barbara was saying there. You know, it just starts, that the three-dimensional qualities start to become more and more apparent. And that's very satisfying, right? I'd really like to put some highlights on here, but I just don't know if I got the time. Okay, you know what? I think I got to... I don't know if I got time to do highlights. Darn it. I think it's going to be okay. There's just like highlights on the hat. And I just need to get the wheat in here. I got 5 minutes before I got to run. Okay. What am I going to do? Okay, let's do the wheat. Get some so I'm taking white and yellow, putting a substantial amount of white in there so that it can overpower some of the darker colors that are going to be underneath. In fact, let me just blow dry all of this. that. Okay, I'm just going to take some pure warm yellow here. Let's blow dry that. I'm going to go the opposite way. Let's bring in some of the darker colors we had, darker yellows we did earlier. Where's my warm yellow? Am I out of warm yellow? Okay, let's get that on here. Okay, that's pretty good. I do have maybe just an extra minute here to do potentially a little bit of highlights on the hat. Do a quick little highlight on the face with my skin color and just plenty of white. I don't think I got enough time to do much better of a job than that. Maybe we could put a little reflection on the belt buckle. Dab on the nose. Okay, I gotta go. Okay, so let's So we've made it to that part of the episode where we're going to look at these two paintings side by side. A bit of a furious race to the very end here. There's still little things that I wish I had been able to do, which I'm just frantically trying to do right now. I got to go get my daughter and we're going to go to the beach, pick her up from school. Okay, so just before we do that, a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when those future episodes are taking place. I should be here on Thursdays more regularly. You can scan the QR code here and go to the PayPal page where you can safely, securely donate to support the channel. You can send an e-transfer or check in the mail. And also join our Facebook group. Upload whatever you've created today to the Facebook group so we can celebrate your work. It's an awesome community of artists. So how did ours turn out? Again, that's the original. And then here's our version, or there's the close-up. How does ours stack up to the original? This, again, lots of stuff that I would have liked to have spent more time on. You can see there's little highlights on the shirt and stuff, and even kind of smudged, and I'd like to refine those details, but only so much time in life. Might even have liked to make his face a little bit more smiling. He looks a little bit... his expression's a little more ambiguous in my version here. So let's zoom right in and see how they work. So maybe, why don't we start a little bit lower here? Okay, I mean, looking at the wheat, it is a little bit different. I mean, his has got a little more detail in it, but he's probably spent more than just the 3 or so hours painting than I did. You can see a little bit more texture. The skin may be a little bit lighter. His skin is a little bit more on the yellow side. It's almost like the same color as the wheat field itself, which is interesting, you know, maybe conceptually as to like, why would that happen? Up top there, I feel pretty good about how that did. I could have continued to darken, maybe even do a little more dark outlines around the hat and clothes, folds on the shirt, but not bad. Maybe just before we move on here, just looking at the trail there. The trail in this one it's a little bit harder to see when we're all zoomed in. Yeah, same sort of thing if we look at this shadow here. Like, I wish I had another hour to work on this. I think I could do a little bit better job, but it is what it is, and I gotta run here. I got a little kid to take care of, so thank you, everyone, for painting along with me, for keeping me company, all the fun stories and laughs there in the chat today. That was awesome. Remember, anything you're doing to add more creativity into the world is doing the world a major favor. There's enough death, destruction, chaos, and violence in the world that doing something productive, creating beauty, is the antidote to all that negativity. So thank you so much for helping me celebrate beauty in the world today and this fantastic artist, William Kurelek. We'll see you again on our next episode. Have a wonderful morning, afternoon, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Take care, everybody. Have a great night. We'll see you again very soon.